Good morning. August the 3rd, or September the 3rd, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything that I'm watching is captured on the screens, and my voice provides some insight as to what I was thinking. It is my virtual trading journal. So when I'm talking here, I'm talking to myself, and I allow anybody to listen and view for transparency and accountability. Any times that I speak of or that are on my charts here are Central Standard Time. You'll notice that at the bottom of these are captured monitors, not just the application, so any open programs are visible at on the screens. I have I'm not monetized in any way, so I'm in this basically for the likes and the subs. That would be great, and participate in the chat. And this is not for financial or trade advice. There's a description in the disclaimer. What have I done? Let me see something here is going on. Okay. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. Stream is trickling down the hill. Got a little crisis here. I may be in and out this morning. I've got one of our cats, Panda's, sick this morning. So had a couple of emergency clean up the mess patrols. Yeah, so basically, let's get on to the numbers here. I'll make this short and sweet. I try to stick to a pretty similar format every day. Here are the reports out this morning. One at 8 and change, both at 9 actually, and then the beige book's at 1300. We've got a couple of speaking feds today that are pretty important. There's no particular earnings coming up that's a big deal. Salesforce, could care less about that one myself. Don't like that program at all. Worked with it quite a bit. And this is investing.com, and this, which is free. Both of my news sources are free versions. You can certainly pay if you want, but you don't have to. The other one is Financial Juice here, which has essentially got the same kind of a calendar on the left over here, but more of a squawk box feel going on the right. So that's kind of why I use both of those. My charting package then is, and of course we always have the unrecognized critical risk, which would be anything to do with the current administration. They tend to be very fond of the microphone and the camera, so whenever they get an opportunity, they take advantage of it, and oftentimes it's been something that is market moving. So that's a risk we can't plan for and mitigate for. So my plan going forward is to keep my exposure, my risk exposure, to a minimum, only looking for A+ setups. Real simple. Stay out of the market until there's something real. The best setup that you can expect will present itself, and then engage. That's all I know to do at this point. And anytime there's any kind of a scheduled thing coming up that's been planned, even if it's in the case of today when there's, Trump is greeting the Polish president and meeting with the Polish president. Well, so 10 and 10-20, very, very high probability of critical risk, because that will be a photo opportunity and a potential for him to say something, especially when we've got a couple of Fed chairman members speaking here and who seem to be pretty sticking with the facts. Anyway, let's get on to the pre-market. So what a topsy-turvy ride. There was a sell-off Friday, Monday was a holiday, of course, and then last night, and then yesterday, RTH session, and here we are with the overnight. So they've basically taken most all of this back in terms of gap. Well, we did close the gap in the overnight. And at the moment, we're just hovering whether we will be opening in or out of range, which I hate. This is the ES Mini, the NQ Mini, and this is my micro composite chart, which is a higher time frame. RTH session only. Daily candlesticks where price overlaps. I draw a volume profile around them. Here actually is a gap down, which we didn't fill in the RTH, but we have filled in the ETH. I'll have to look at what I'm going to do there. I would suppose that I will actually segregate that one out from yesterday, like that, and wait to see what happens here on this newer one. It didn't really affect the micro composite VPOC or the high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green lines, and those levels are pushed to bookmap. So are the session prices, and this is the micro composite market, or this is the market profile. There's the full session market profile showing yesterday and today so far, and then I can kick it over to the RTH when we open. Really light volume, only 167,000 contracts traded all night. We're at plus 0.39%, which means our last price here is higher than settlement. I track also the same for the micros. So here we are at bookmap, the micro composite column, where I've entered the different, here's the gap high from yesterday. We see where we closed it in the overnight. Up above us are the all-time highs, etc. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT. Full session volume profile, which starts plotting at 1700 last night and continues until 1600 today. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset today at 0830. It's supposed to be automatic, but I'm just having a fight with it. This is an important column for me. It's my notes column. You'll see that there's I changed the title of the column to the open type for the day. And then this is where I input all of the migrating VPOCs and the various statistic flags associated with the price levels, then based on the open type. The first thing we're going to do is clear all the notes. Next thing we're going to do over here in the micro composite column is put in a naked volume point of control. And that was from the second. This is the I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. The football, I need to go down here. There we go. This is the naked volume point of control where we closed last night. So it is by definition the most recent naked volume point of control for an RTH auction. As I said, we're going to change the column title to the open type. And how do we determine that? It is if we were to open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous close and the previous range? Well, right now we'd be higher in range. I hate it when they do this because you don't know. So let's change the title to higher in range for now, or maybe let's go. So that's higher in, not J. There we are. Higher in range. Now that'll dictate which column we use for the statistics. This is the session prices, which are pushed automatically from bookmap to bookmap from IRT, sorry. And there's no magical indicators or any indicators on my book map or my IRT. And the levels are all straightforward. There's a POC for the ETH and the RTH. POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, right here. There's a VWAP for both RTH and Globex. There is a IB high and low, which stands for initial balance, and those two lines or flags simply mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So when we open today, this flag will move and it will mark the high, and the IB low will move and mark the low of the first hour. And when the first hour is over, they don't move anymore. Real simple. The rest of the levels are, RTH close, ETH mid, and just abbreviations. So let's look at the statistics and how that is figured out. This is the study from my IRT. You can see where they conveniently highlight the open column, the correct open type, but after the open. So after 8:30, this will change to wherever. Right now, we've decided that we're going to be higher in range. That's this column. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher in range 604 days. Of these days where we opened higher in range, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 502 times, 83.1%. Overnight volume point of control. Is it 83.1 or 82? Oh, 83. And this is right there. Oop, wrong button. There you go. And that's all there is to it. The next one, and then I just simply go down the list. There's the overnight volume point of control. The next one's the overnight mid. That's 76.8. Boom. Where'd the IB go? Overnight high is 75.3. IB high is 68.4. I want to show you that one for a reason. 68.4. IB high. I put the initials because, as I said earlier, the minute we open the RTH session, this level will not be here anymore, this flag and this line. And I'll wonder what 68.4% was, which level, and it is the IB high. So there you go. And I'm not convinced that we're going to open higher in range, so I'm not going to go crazy with the levels. I've gotten the upward side. Let's see the previous close. That's got to be pretty important. That's 70.4 exactly. Move. What's going on there? Oh, there you are. Boop, boop, boop. There we are. That's got to be good enough for now. Previous value area high is 71.4. That would be right here. Now that represents the value area high from yesterday, the previous auction. Okay, so there we go. Seems like this is going pretty fast, and I'm kind of wondering why. So there is our, how we do the statistics. This is how they're entered in the book map. And let's see if we stay up here higher. Well, we're going to be higher in range. But remember that the the overnight high is pretty much at the same height here, so we're going to see what do we have. Oh, this is, wait a second here. I'm telling you the wrong thing. Hold on, let's look back here at the open type. Here is yesterday's RTH session. So what we're doing now is we are not higher in range. The previous RTH high is also right at the previous close. We closed almost essentially on the high. So what this will really be, if we stay up here, is higher out of range, where these levels will change the statistics. I hate it when this happens. I'm going to leave them as they are now, and then we'll see what happens. This would technically be another gap of about, a point. So we'll see what happens. You see where we're trading right now, and here's yesterday's high. We're just bobbing around. Are we, aren't we, are we, aren't we? Frustrating, and I'm struggling with some other stuff here, so yeah, it's not a good day. I can tell you that right now. Next order of business, I guess, would be in order to be able to trade. That's kind of important, huh? Seems like something's going way too quick here, and I'm not sure why, but let's go with this. So in order to trade, you need to activate the trade control panel in Bookmap, which is right here, and select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose the chart, the only place the mouse is active to trade is the active data column. DOM is both columns, and both we have both columns. In my case, I use multi-brackets, which is right here. And this is the risk neutral management philosophy or system. This is the smallest package size, 2 lots, has to be even. The full package, the same stop for the full package, and you can determine the stop based on your, your risk, account risk parameters, volatility, whatever you come up with in your trading. Then the first risk neutral scale is for half of the package and for the same amount of ticks as the stop is negative. In other words, the minute you have this first one, the size and the stop determined, the first risk neutral package is predetermined. You set them up the same number of ticks as the stop, only positive, and half the lots, and then the runner is the balance. You're going to make 4. There you go. Same idea. Then I also need to tick the multi thingy on here so that these are duplicated. And there's our ability to trade. And the next thing I do is make sure that this is the right package size. Notice that I have the same parameters up here as I do over here. So when I click this button again, it stays activated. I get the real estate back. I have the same data as I would have had in the trade control panel, and I have cancel and clear, or cancel and close. I don't need the rest of this control panel because I don't use this trade functionality. I use multi-brackets, so there you go. And that pretty much gets us ready to trade. We have a bracket set up. The copy's ready to go. We're going to be trading with the mouse in both the DOM and the active data column in the DOM. We'll have that ability. I can also trade with the keyboard, but because by hotkeys, but I have them set up. The only thing there is that you need to have the focus of the application needs to be on the application, which is normal in Windows. In other words, if you've been looking at some chart on the other screen and you glance over at your book map and try to hotkey, it won't work. I think that the mouse is the most accurate and the fastest way to trade with bookmap. And now we're getting to be higher out of range some more here. And it's 8:20. So the next order of business will be the TLab snap, which I do every day. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Started by a guy named Tom B, who's a professional trader. He's been doing it for about 46 years. And I believe is the real deal. And I'll tell you why I think so. First of all, the site is free, and what you're going to look for if you go there is the Traders Lab Tom B. It's a bookmap Discord site. Now, you have to join the bookmap Discord server, of course, but then navigate to Traders Lab Tom B, and everything there is free. Any resources, whatever. Tom doesn't call trades. He doesn't trade live or, show his screens. But I believe that he is genuine in that, because nothing is for sale. He'll never be solicited for anything there, or at least so far. And this has been years. So I think there's good value there. He shares the same philosophies about trading, and I got a lot of my risk management stuff and risk neutral ideas from him. And from there, there's a good crew of people in there that are pretty professional and adult, shall we say. I don't recommend any other sites. I don't recommend any of the other bookmap Discord sites or chat rooms, because I've only visited 2 others, first of all, and there's a lot of them, so I can't speak to that one or the other. But the 2 that I did visit, that person was trying to sell something right away. And so which is perfectly fine, but I'm not interested in that. So therefore, I don't recommend it, because that would be ingenuous of me. Okay, this is going to be just frustrating as hell, but we're now going to open. The open type is going to be highly likely higher out of range by a handful of ticks. 3 to be exact. 3 points, I mean. And I'm not going to bother with all the gap stuff here that like I usually do. There was gap low yesterday and gap high. This is 3 points. This will be closed before we know what hit us, in my opinion. I am going to change the column title to higher out of range, because that's what it looks like it's going to be to me. If they change it again, then here I go. And that will have some impact on our statistics. This is terrible, because they can easily drop down here in 5 minutes, right? I'm not going to change the statistics until I absolutely have to. And here's the difference. This is higher in range. For example, on the statistic for the overnight volume point of control is 83.1%. I have to change that now, because the negative volume, or the overnight volume point of control has moved up here from down here, right? Okay, that's clear, I hope. And these are just flags, all right? So that's where the new overnight volume point of control is. Now, it was 83.1% in higher out of range, and it's 80.3% in, it's 83.1 in higher in range, and it's 80.1 higher out of range. So I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. But these statistics actually will change some degree. The close The overnight high is 77%, which is now up here under the developing value area high. So that's really annoying. I'll make it 77, I guess. Looks like we're going to continue up there. Okay, and the IB high is 65.4. That comes down. What else? Previous high is 65.4. Overnight mid is 64.6. Way big difference, huh? And remember, these are just probabilities. These are statistics for the number of times price was revisited. These price levels were revisited in this open type, looking backwards at 2,000 days. They're not hard and fast lines in the sand, guaranteed anything. Previous close is 47.3. Previous close, look at that, drop from 70.4 to 47.3. That's the big ones. And if you stop and think about it, it makes sense, right? Well, if price is continuing to move higher out of range, value is moving up and all this kind of thing, it's probably not going to come back and look at the close. However, we are so close to the close now, I think that, this is going to be hit in the blink of an eye. And if you stop and think about it, there's 83% and there's 64%, and in the middle here is 47. Nah, probably not. That should highlight and very definitely that these are probabilities. I don't got going on. IB low. I'm not going to worry. All right, that's it for statistics for me today. And now we're going to just get ready to rumble here in 2 minutes. So what do we got going on? Well, we've got, I suppose somebody's going to be saying something there. We got factory orders at 9, jolts at 9, talking Feds here at 8, and then 10 o'clock's going to be Agent Orange time. So our jolts number is a big one, and the beige book is also a big one at 1300. Can be a big one, let's put it that way. All right, I think I'm about ready to go here. As good as I'm going to be under the circumstances. House is upside down here. The office is kind of crazy. Remember, these are statistics. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. And remember that I'm only focusing on the IB statistics, vetting the 2 IB trades. So that's my focus. And, it'll be divided a lot by what's going on here in the house, around the office. Okay. Now they're going to come down here and close in range, and I'm going to be really pissed that I've massaged all this stuff around all these levels. This is just ridiculous, We're a point away from the close, which means it would be technically. There we go. So we did open technically higher out of range by nano blink. And this stupid thing's not resetting properly. Really disappointing. Why this is happening, I have no idea. There's no big load of volume. There's no anything. This is frustrating. I have this set on double click, and it's also configured to reset at 8:30. And now it's going to get around to it a minute late. Okay. I will now change the session prices over here, or the session configurations from full session to the RTH only. So here's yesterday's close, and there's going to be our open right over there. Ridiculous. And the minis and micros. Sorry. Come on. What is with all this crap? Look at these big lags and delay times. I'm going to have to, I'll restart our IRT here in a second because it's obviously not doing anything. God damn. This is really, really frustrating. The frustrating part about this is this computer is well, unless something's gone haywire with RAM or something, which I guess I'm going to need to look into. I build these machines myself, my trading machines, so I know exactly what's in them and why they would be great. Why I shouldn't expect any delays or any weirdness. There you see we have the IB high and low pulled right down here on the top of the new session now. And yeah, there you go. IRT's having a problem here, I guess. God, this is frustrating. Well, we did successfully open. That's good. See if we get these flags to jump up here a little bit. Now we're getting ready to take out the gap high officially from yesterday. Huh. Irritating. Irritating. So we've opened. We're having pretty much we opened right at yesterday's high, which is just below the 64.72, it says, is our current MCVPOC. I'm not sure why I know why I didn't get that marked. I've been having a real big problem with some coding on my back testing, and that's I have to stop thinking about it. It's consuming all my mental power, my mental power, which is limited. Okay. Oh, that's actually not right. So 203 or 01 or actually 30. This would actually be 30. Whatever Friday was, 29th, I guess. Yeah, those holidays screw everything up for me. All right, well, there we are. Now, my workflow, which I have mentioned before, is when these levels are exceeded, I change the text to black so I know that they've been retraded or revisited. Okay, and now we are going to wait for the top of the hour when we've got a couple of big news events, and then I think about another hour from that is the the camera opportunities in DC at the White House. And look at all the levels stacked up here. Holy smokes. Look at that. Let's widen those out a little bit. There's $1 or 1 point high. And here's our full session. Now, this was the overnight session. And as soon as we get a little more ground under our belt here, I'll put this blue marker flag on today's opening session. And the reason I do that now is my new improved thing to do. There you go. I want to keep the entire session in view. And this is just a visual clue for me. I can glance to the left, and if I see the blue line, I know got the whole session. If I don't, I need to adjust it. That's pretty simple. Well, we've managed to push the IB out to about 8 handles. Boom, de boom. We have traded over a few things already. Taken out some of our levels here. Taken out the overnight volume point of control and the previous close and, This moved again just before the open. I'm busy. Always something in there. And obviously, I don't, this, like I said, this is just a visual reference. Look at this thing. Really wants to move now. I'm gonna kill this IRT. Do the data maintenance. Well, here, I'm gonna do the data maintenance. Complete. I'm gonna do the full maintenance. Do you want to keep them? No. Then it'll compact the database, download a new bunch of stuff. There'll be notes up here, found and corrected 300 errors in historical data. And pretty soon it'll say whether it's been completed or not. View the report. There's the report. Does that look like it's important? Getting a lot of action here. Still just flopping around within the IB. However, remember we're down here. The IB is now the low of the first 1 hour. And now we're doing a data download and once this is all done, I'm going to restart. Restart here. That this is important or anything, but it might be interesting. Okay. And now I'm going to do a restart. Oh, it's still importing bars. I'm not sure yet. Data queue is empty. Okay. This is the micros, by the way. And I'll tell you something about myself and something that I think is important for any trader. I'm not focused right now. I've got, I'm running around scraping up cat stool samples into plastic bags and trying to keep my wife calmed down and focusing on this, and IRT's screwing up. So that's an immediate, I'm aware of that happening to me, just as I'm aware of FOMO or revenge trading. It's just another thing. I call it tilt, and I will just step back from thinking about trading anytime quick, because I know that my perception, my decision process, and how I'm looking at the market is not up to speed, is not proper. And now I'm going to restart investing RT, which you don't need to watch. So what? It's just going to restart and then come back to life. So I'm going to be very cautious. Fortunately, I'm working on the IB trades, on vetting the IB trades. So I will only, I don't need to be hyper-focused on things, and I'm not planning to participate or anticipating to participate. Ooh, say that quick. Rubber baby buggy bumpers, right? I'm not planning to participate or anticipating that until after the IB sets, which is 0930. And we have reports out at the top of the hour. So, I can let this tilt wear off a little bit, and that's a good thing. I'll be right back. Okay. You kidding? Let Zelensky come to Moscow and the meeting will happen. Can you imagine that? You imagine how long Zelensky would stay alive if he went to Moscow? Really? I think it would be a better idea to have Putin go to whatever the hell, Kiev or whatever it's called. Embarrassingly, I don't know the capital of Ukraine. Look at that. Yeah, right. Putin speaks. I wonder if he thinks that people believe him. I mean, I wonder if he thinks that people don't understand that maybe he's crooked as a dog's hind leg. You know, I don't know. This is how IRT starts up. So it looks like we're going to be back in business here. These are the naked volume points of control. I want to make sure once we're back in business, I'll make sure they're all in place correctly. Those are not pushed anywhere automatically. I enter them manually on my book map, in my book. Well, there's a jobs number. Ooh, big miss. Big miss. Factory orders are down. JOLTS are way down. Now I wonder who's going to get fired today. Ridiculous. And as usual, we get a negative report and the market trades up. Go figure, right? Ah. Yeah, so I was answering static there. I'm probably typing on the wrong screen. I'm obviously not a it should be obvious that I'm not a making money off YouTube as an influencer. I try to do the best I can, and I realize I need to up my game a lot in terms of presentation here, just for anybody that's passing through and or myself when I review them. You know, I hate to sound like I just fell off a cabbage truck, you know. Okay, so as I was saying, distracted this morning on a bit of tilt. Am aware of that. And so I'm being extra cautious. Now we have spun past 9 o'clock. We have the job story out. That didn't seem to bother anybody too bad. You can see that we had quite a consolidation, perhaps more visible here. We had a zipper in here, you know, or barcode, as the younger squad is calling them now. I think I first heard the zipper with Murad Askar, FT71, years ago, and I thought that was pretty funny. And it looks exactly like a zipper. I got to give it to him. So this consolidation here, we get the number out, and here we go. I don't know. We've pushed our IB up. We've pushed our IB low, expanding the range just a little bit. NASDAQ pretty much in step. What have we done here? Well, at the moment, we're just kind of fluffing around in the gap from day before yesterday. And yesterday, we have this little gap right here, which was closed in the overnight. And here's today, right? Now, let's go back over here a little bit and let's look at our actual trading session. Here we are. Here's our IB high. What's the IB high? It is simply the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. This trading session. In case I spaced out mentioning it, all my times here are Eastern Standard Time, same as Chicago, same as the futures market. The IB, the market opens at 08:30 Central Standard Time, and so the first hour ends at what time? 09:30. That's correct. And we're into the second 30 minutes here. So there's the high and there's the low of the first 1 hour. And here we are. Here's our consolidation. There's a little push down. There was a little push up. There we go. Now, here's the gap high from yesterday, from the day before yesterday. We closed it in the overnight. You can see the full session here. But we haven't, we're 2 ticks shy of it today. So that's why the charts look like they do. And that's the reality of where we are. Interestingly enough, we closed that gap in the overnight. A lot of that going on lately. You know, if you stop and think about it. All-time highs, close the gap, all kinds of random records and things in the overnight, which typically are the RTH session traders typically do those things, and for sure don't like it if the overnight or the ETH traders put those records in. We had a real funny hopscotch or, you know, leapfrog story going on with the overnight all-time highs for quite a while. I talked about it a lot, and I removed them from the chart finally. You know, we'd have one on a Friday, and then on the Monday overnight, or the Sunday to Monday overnight, we'd have the ETH jump over the top, and then, you know, a day or two later, the RTH guys would come back and jump 2 or 3 ticks over the top of that, and it's funny, but it's the way it works. And here we have the VPOC from the 29th, way up here, a high volume node, gap high, overnight high. Here's where we are. If you want to look at the bigger picture, I don't know how bigger picture we can get. So there's the all-time high, which they finally were able to make in the RTH trading session on the 28th. And this is the naked volume point of control for that day, which is yet to be revisited. All right, so there we go. Now back to the case in point here. Okay, let's get back to, I try to do this. Hopefully this is sort of plain or understandable. First, let's reference this blue line, strictly a visual clue. My new idea, and I think it was Rod actually that suggested it, who's a really great trader, developer, code guy, nice person. I would be zoomed in much too tight, I think, within 5 minutes. I've tried different things like 5-minute bars and this and that and something else. And I think having this visual reference here so that I can just quickly spot that the whole session is in range gives me a real good finger on the pulse of the market and the context of the day. And then when I want to anticipate a trade, I can just zoom in. I also like to keep this at about a point high. In other words, each one of these is a point. So there's 4 ticks inside of here, right? Now we've just taken out the IB low. So I guess that warrants conversation, a discussion here about the initial balance trades and what I'm doing in terms of vetting a trade, etc. The initial balance statistic is, first of all, not in play or active until when? Until the initial balance is set, which doesn't happen until 9:30. Until, for the first 1 hour, the high goes up with price, the low goes down with price until 9:30. Then these no longer move. And the IB statistic, which is, I don't know how far back it goes. I mean, I first heard about it back when I was learning market profile in like 2014 or 12 or something like that. So, you know, I suppose as long as, you know, since Christ was a carpenter, I don't know. Anyway, the IB statistic says that there is greater than a 97.7% probability with my look back data set of statistics of 2,000 trading days, greater than 97.1 or something like that percent of the time in all 4 open types, the low or the high of the first 1 hour, in other words, the IB high or low, is exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That is specifically and exactly the statistic. Now, if you don't believe what I'm telling you, let's zoom over here. And here's the statistic. And look here, how convenient. They graciously highlight the correct column, higher out of range, right? All right, so here's 97.5%. The IB high or low is exceeded. 98.2% the IB high or low is taken out. 98.3% the IB high or low is taken out. And 98.0% the IB high or low are taken out. Retouched or revisited in the balance of in the RTH trading session. And so 97.5% of the time, looking backwards over 2,000 days, 500 of those days, looking back at 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 513 of those days, 25%. And of those 513 days, we opened 500 of those days did the IB statistic was taken. So there you have it. Now, in addition to that statistic, which is just something while we're here, we might as well talk about it. Yesterday it happened. Both IB high and low were taken out. And in this open configuration, it's 26.5% of the time. Yesterday, it was 32.8% of the time, and that did happen. That's a neutral day, but let's stick with the IB statistics. So at 9:30, we can expect 97.5% probability that the high or the low of the first 1 hour will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. So that's a hard statistic to trade, right? It will be this one or it'll be this one, and it'll be within 1 millisecond after 9:30 or 1 millisecond before 1600. That can leave you open to a lot of problems with a lot of FOMO and a lot of incorrect approaches. However, a couple of things that are important. I actually have to I'm going to try to do this every day. And that is, don't try to trade to the statistic. That I have data of myself trying to do that, anticipating that, or trying to jump the gun, or, FOMOing, or whatever the hell you want to call it. And it's a losing situation. It is a very poor statistic. What do I mean by that? Well, okay, price is below the VWAPs, it's below the mid, it's below the VPOCs. By being below the mid, we're actually on the closer to the IB low. So I think we're going to take the IB low out, so I go short here, targeting the statistic. And what happens? I'm stopped out. Wait for the statistic to set and then trade it. This holds for any of the statistics, not just the IB stat. This holds for VPOC migration, for the VWAP to mid VPOC, for whichever one there is that I know of. That's a very, very important point, and I'm going to put in an actual full-time. My chapters, my timestamp chapters are an add-on in OBS, and I have a bunch of them set up with for hotkeys so that I don't type. And as I mentioned in the pre-market, the reason for this stream basically spun up out of the fact that I don't multitask well. I want to focus on trading. For me to be focusing on, and I believe journaling is important, so for me to be focusing on screen snapping and typing and doing all this stuff and looking for trades at the same time, that's a losing proposition. This is perfect. Captures everything I'm looking at. My voiceover provides insight as to what I'm thinking, and all I have to worry about is clicking the mouse and trading. Looping back to the timestamps now in the stream for the app in OBS, which is called Stream Chapter Markers. I have a bunch of hotkeys set up so that I can just, do the open, do the pre-market, do the Traders Lab, do the 2-lot risk package, on and on and on, for all the things that I try to do every day to keep. And it also gives me a checklist. I was a pilot for a long time, and I like to operate with a checklist. I think it's important, and I think it's important to keep the stream consistent. with the procedure and the way it flows. So there you go. Do not trade to the statistic. And you see right now, if you tried to trade down here to the IB low, where are we going? We're a lot closer to the IB high now, are we not? So there you are. Anyway, there is an additional thing here for the IB, an additional statistic that is worth revisiting, and that was developed by Rod, the guy that I mentioned before, who's one of the early TLabbers and has statics, developed his own application and Discord and all that called Static, and I'm fortunate enough to be one of the beta guys in there. And he's an excellent trader. And I mean excellent. Like averages around 40 grand a month, trading just the way I'm talking about now. And this is verified, absolute. Here's the statistics trading. And only takes couple, 3 trades a day. But anyway, that's another story. Let's go with Rod. So we know the statistic about the IB stat, which we've just discussed. Rod was looking at the statistics and determined that the high or low of the first 30 minutes, in other words, before 9 o'clock, from 8:30 to 9 o'clock, has about a 90% probability of being exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. Now, here was the high of the first 30 minutes, I think. Here was the high of the first 30 minutes. And here was the low. Was this 9? Oh, here's the low of the second 30 minutes. Okay. And what happened? The low was taken out in the second 30 minutes right there. By 19 seconds, mind you, but it was. And now here we go again. So that statistic is kind of hard to trade, right? Right? But it is valid. There was the low of the first 30 minutes, and here's the low of the second 30 minutes, 19 seconds later, or whatever. 11 seconds later, if you want to be, depending on how you look at it. Now we're down here again. Obviously, can continue to go down, can continue to go up, because we're still within the first 1 hour. So all of this trade from here as we go forward to 9:30 is part of that IB30. Now the static, and I think probably TLab people refer to that as the IB30 statistic. And the old-fashioned one they refer to as the IB60. And sometimes I'll do either one. I'll refer either way. Okay, so here we are. All dressed up, no place to go. All right, now I have my entire range session in range, so I see what's happening. And what is happening? It has been one giant retail soup blender. They've been throwing as retail guys that can't restrain from clicking the mouse in here, right, left, and center. And they're making a big bowl of retail soup for lunch. That's how I phrase it. And look at it. Look at this. Oh, God, we're going higher. Oh, God. I mean, these people that can't control their mouse clicking are just getting hammered. Or if you are a really good short-term mean reversion trader, outside in, outside in, outside in, out, I'm not. I don't know anybody that is good at that anymore. Those Bennett's were a long time ago because they had an edge. They were using a different system than nobody else did. That got arbed out. But anyway, what I'm doing now then is I am vetting the initial balance trades. And what does vetting a trade mean? Well, I don't know if I can do this quickly enough, but I'll try. To approach trading as a business, you have to realize that this is a random market, a random environment. And the probability, and here's our IB high going to be taken out in the IB 30. So maybe not. It's a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and that is a statistical fact. And if you don't believe that, look it up. This is also a classic example of a statement that you hear virtually every day as a trader, and nobody pays much attention to, I don't think, because they think it's some sort of lawyer's boilerplate or, whatever it is. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That is a statistical fact, having nothing to do with law or it boils down to that eventually, and that's probably why a lot of places use it, is to avoid lawsuits, but it is a statistical fact. All of this trade has absolutely nothing to do with the outcome of the next trade, which is 50-50. This is a binary event. Only can go up, only can go down. It's like a coin flip. So once you've established that and come to peace with that idea, you realize that it's futile to try to predict where the market's going to go. You can anticipate it, perhaps, and then you can take the next step, which is to vet whatever you see to be a recurring pattern that you think has merit. In my case, it's the two IB trades. Okay, we know that 97% of the time, the high or the low is taken out. What happens after that? So that's a good statistic. You're off to a good start. Then you identify what parameters or criteria you feel justifies an entry, either a short entry off the high for a mean reversion trade or a continuation trade. There's only two. There's the IB failure, which means it trades up here, doesn't go anyplace, and reverts to the mean. There's the IB continuation trade, which it comes up to the IB, whichever way, or down to the IB low, and continues on. Real simple, as just, easy to, just as they sound. So after you have figured out the statistic and you figured out what you believe the parameters are to justify that entry and the trigger, then you capture a data set of that exact specific setup and criteria, and you capture a large enough data set that you get outside of random distribution. So say 100 trades would be probably minimum, depending on how spaced out they are and, over time. Just look at market conditions. And then you determine statistically, does that have an edge? Is there an expectancy, a positive expectancy or not? And if there is, then you take every instance of that presents itself in the live trading market. And the best way to do that statistical analysis or that vetting is with back testing, or in my case now, I'm trying to do it in forward testing because my back testing I'm struggling with that in IRT, with getting the code to precisely identify what I understand to be, what I am, believe to be the parameters. Obviously, the statistic has fallen off a log simple. Either price went through the IB high or it went through the IB low, and there's no question about it. That's the rest of the part that matters. So we have now rolled 930. So the IB statistic is in play. The low will not move down anymore, and the IB high will not move up anymore. So we'll go back to the IB stats and the IB specific trades, and we have two of them. We have the IB failure, which means it'll come up here and can't get over there. by whatever criteria, or we have the IB continuation, which says, and it'll revert back to the mean, which happens to be the POC, or it will continue on. Those are the only two. Typically, a rotational day suggests mean reversion because that's what's been happening all day, isn't it? We had this little excursion down here at the number, but basically we've been mean reversion. And then if it is a IB continuation trade, it's generally suggested by a directional market. Context is generally directional. And I always want to start trading from the higher level down. What's the context of the day so far? And if you want to get even more higher level, what's the context of the highest of high levels? These are daily these are daily candles. You know, here's the Renkos. There was our big gap down. Yesterday's trade, last night, overnight, and now we're up here. So now I am anticipating a trade, and I have to start now going down the list of granularity for my parameters because the IB statistic is in play, is set. So I will anticipate, is this going to be an IB failure or is this going to be an IB continuation? And the next thing I have to do, especially with an IB failure, is determine, is there enough meat on the bone? Is there enough range for me to achieve my profit target or my risk neutral scale? And then, most importantly, my profit target, because we're not in this business to just scratch trades. We're in the business to get our profit targets. So remember, there's no stat yet, and I'm not going to trade to a stat. I'm going to wait for the statistic to be set, which means wait for us to take out the IB high. You would guess that's going to be the one. They would have guessed it was going to be the IB high right here, and look what happened. Don't trade to the statistic. Wait for the statistic to be set, and then identify if it meets your parameters or not, and go with it. Something that I always do. When I'm in the anticipation mode, is confirm that everything's set. Looks like it is. We're probably going to take out the IB statistic here in a minute. I want to make sure that this is correct. Yep. Okay. Ooh, we did it again. Ooh, everybody got excited. Oh, wait a minute. Now, remember, these are 1 point increments. So if you got long right here thinking you were going to get that IB, and you traded drag down to here, you've only got 1 more point and you're stopped without having achieved your risk neutral scale. Patient, grasshopper. Don't trade in anticipation to the statistic. Wait for the statistic and then trade your setup. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm doing. And it makes for a boring stream. I have a thought about that, and here we go. Now we've taken out our statistic right there. What do I think is going to happen now? Well, do I think we've got 130 contracts up here. There was our gap high right at 55. We just barely took the statistic out. We haven't really, or have we? Could this be determined as a signal? Yes, but what is my problem now? There's 54. Half, and there's 53. There's only 1.5 points to the first obstacle. In my estimation, that's not enough meat on the bone, because there's not enough range to enter, because there's this big obstacle right here before the risk neutral scale can be achieved, which is down here. And all of this trade right here, and you see what happened. We reacted exactly to that level and traded back up. Now you're sweating bullets up here. And this isn't really much of a, this didn't really exceed the level by very much either. So that's kind of a, kind of a limp signal. But this is a problem that I'm having with my vetting process at this time. As I said, coding this stuff exactly with the objective being eliminating the discretionary part. It's purely my discretion right here that I will not enter this trade because of range. I could code that, if I think about it, pretty easily, but getting that to work properly in IRT for backtesting is another story. And I've tried to teach myself Python and a bunch of things to get a good backtesting environment for futures. I spent a lot of time and some money learning Python to code up my 2-lot risk neutral package and blah, blah, blah in Python in Anaconda. And only to find out using backtest.py and one other one whose name I forgot, starts with a Q, I think. Only to find out that they are not written for futures. They're written for crypto or FX, and they can't deal with points and ticks. So for me, it was useless. A big waste of time. And I'm not about learning, I have a problem with rabbit holes. I like to just jump down them and go like crazy. I want to learn how to backtest, so I end up spending 3 goddamn months figuring out how to Python code something up. I don't give a crap about Python. I give a crap about having an easily backtestable system that I can put in some, either I can put in the code, the rules, or somebody else can and spits out the backtest. I'm interested in the statistic or the expectancy of that particular setup and those parameters, not being a good wizard at Python code. So that's my problem psychologically. And here we are, just look at the number of times we've tested this developing value area high. And we may eventually break down and revert to the mean, which would only be, I might point out, 5 points. We need 12 points from our entry to achieve our profit target in the 2-lot configuration as I have it set up. Now, the reason I'm so picky and patient about this is, first of all, I can be, as that's not a problem for me to not overtrade. Now, I can back in 1999 sure was, but now it's not. And I'm one trade away from having all 5 of these accounts be over the profit target into XFA. I'm not sure if I mentioned this because I was thinking about the drama going around the house today, but I will now. As far as the purpose of the stream is to provide complete transparency and accountability for this process that I'm doing in my trading. I have a very strong commitment to take no trades off of the stream. That's why the stream lasts from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. And it is a absolutely transparent record of this account, these accounts. This is a TopStep evaluation account, and it copies to 4 others. Then they are all one trade away from the XFA, where you can get paid for all 5 of those. And then it's the live account. So the idea is to go from 0 to hero. I thought that would be interesting for a lot of people and helpful, hopefully. that are interested in that journey. I don't have any problem with resetting or blowing up accounts and all that kind of shit. So that's maybe a little bit different than some people, but you know. And I have yet to figure out, if anybody knows, drop something in the chat and let me know. Thumbs up, of course. I've yet to figure out how to. I'm still on the old dashboard over there and on these accounts, and so I don't know how to show that data, which would be. I fully understand that somebody would want to say, well, let's see those accounts. Yeah, but I can't figure out how to do that without having to all of, proprietary information, account numbers and login or whatever else displayed, which I don't think is a good thing to do on the internet. So here we go. Are we going to do an IB breakout? Well, it's not suggested really by the context so far, but that's what seems to be happening. We tested up, we came down, we didn't get anywhere. Now we're back through it, and we've traded up a couple of handles. But I'll point out to you that we've not varied more than 2 handles on either side of this thing. With the overnight high up above us at 77 and a probability of 77%, I suppose it's likely we get up there. I'm also very gun shy of the fact that we could be having Agent Orange and the random risk band taking the stage here at the top of the hour. And who knows what they'll say. So I'm extremely cautious, let's put it that way. There was our statistic. No good. No meat on the bone. No meat on the bone. Another way to look at this is we couldn't get any lower. And now we're back up here, and let's say we took this test. This is all rear view mirror now. So this is the stock and trade of most of the internet guys. But I guess what I should have done, rather than talk perhaps, trade not talk, was go long here, looking for the potential of this overnight high. And we would at least have been just scaled here. Now it's, put on your helmet and put your feet up and see where it goes. And I'm disappointed about that because there's another 3 points. And, if we got long right here, let's call it 55-ish. Let's say 55 because you're kind of slow. So we got to be 65 and 2. We need to be right up here, 67. That would be our profit target for T2. And that's, I think, reasonable to expect under this high volume node and our micro composite VPOC up here. But that's just, we did take this target. So this statistic has been satisfied. So far, pretty much all of them below us have. We haven't gone down to the mid yet. So there we go. And that's where we are. I think I'm up to speed, and I got to say this transparency and the commitment to not take any trades off stream is really frustrating. Last night, for example, when the overnight opened and we just started chugging straight up, perfect example of a time that would have been, I would have been, felt the FOMO pangs to take a trade, but I can't get the stream going fast enough, and I'm not going to have the damn thing, I start at 6 a.m, post the reports and the numbers to a couple of other sites, TLab and Statistic and whatnot, review them myself, get ready for the reports at 7:30, then the stream starts at 8, and I'm standing here until 1500 when the stream comes down, but obviously I'm still here until around 8:30 last night, 10 o'clock at night, trying to get this code figured out. So that's 17, 18 hours. And these are stand-up desks. I don't sit down. And I'm an old, broken down old cowboy. So, there you go. There you have it. Smack the thumbs up. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? What are you thinking? What could I do to make this more valuable for you? Am I full of shit? Whatever. So, and now this is no trade for me, right? Because this has got nothing to do with the IBs. If you are vetting a mean reversion trades, which are simply outside in. Here you go. You got the statistic at the top, you got a little bit of exhaustion up here, and you got short. And you've got some room to go. There's your first real obstacle, and then there's the mean. What is that, 50, 62? Just almost exactly to the T2. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen today. What I was trying to point out was that I am vetting the IB trades, and that's what I'm watching for, and not something else. Looks to me like they're excited about going higher. I think they're going to probably target this micro composite VPOC up here before the day's over. That'll be my prophecy. Let's put it. I was going to say a word I can't remember. Prognosis is not the right word. And if you took this IB continuation, you're pretty goddamn happy, right? Getting close anyway. So I am sorry about that. But at this time, this was not here, remember? And this is one of the fallacies of the internet guru boys and girls, and I call them rearview mirror traders because that's what they're doing. They're looking in the rearview mirror. My daughter is not interested in trading even remotely, but she's clever, and she can come in here and make this look like she knew exactly what she was doing and go up here. That's the way the internet people do it. Have them trade live for you. Have them trade right in front of your face. And when I put a trade on here, there's no question about what happens with Bookmap. There's a triangle that's the entry. There's a stop, the targets, a line, break-even line, all of that stuff. I probably have an example over here somewhere. Here's an example of a replay, but it's because if I have missed a trade or not taken one, sometimes during the day, I will replay the market, which Bookmap does phenomenally well. And you can trade it exactly as if it were a regular trade. And I understand that's what some of these rearview mirror people do. But I can show you a couple things to be careful about that. First of all, you see on my screen, it's the entire monitor, not just the application. There's the hour, minutes, seconds, date, any open applications, and the entire Bookmap application visible. This is a replay screen, and you can see right now that there's a progress bar at the top. It says open a file, and here's the file that's being replayed. Now, if you got rid of that section, and if you're clever enough to look down here, oh, well, I didn't get quite far enough. Yes, I am. Here's replay data and simulated trading, as opposed to live data, real trading. So, a couple things to watch for. But the point of this exercise is two things. Bookmap is an excellent tool for being able to go back and replay something and trade it as if it's the exact, because it flows exactly like the real deal. And here we're going to go up here now. Boy, that continuation was starting to piss me off. Here's how it works. This is the entry. Immediately puts the stop and the two targets. The minute this target is achieved, T1, the break-even line drops to the stop. Price continues on to the second profit target. Had I moved my stop up to trail it up, this would have come up here. There would have been a staggered line up, and that's how it works. So there's absolutely, and at the same time, up above, you see the total number of contracts traded, the P&L, etc. Now, I think there's another one here. Yes. This is just after the entry and just after the T1. You can see there's one position left, the average entry price. It was a sell. There's 3, and volume traded has been 3, and so far there's 24 ticks profit and loss. That's how this would look, and how the trade in general would look in terms of break-even line, any movement of any targets or stops or any of that stuff. So it's completely transparent, and that's important. And there's one other thing that I think I might have missed showing you. Hold on. I didn't do it. Okay, yes, here we go. You can see at the bottom here, this trading statistics, which is another bookmap window. Exactly what the open P&L is, max P&L, MFE, MAE, what the average price was, the entry time, the exit time, and all those kind of things. So it's very, very, if somebody shows you the screens, it's very, very transparent. Look at this, god damn. And I missed this trade right here, the IB continuation trade, and that is a big missed opportunity for me. That's for sure. Now, you can roll the stream back. You can also go like this. Okay. Right here, what do we got? Well, it's been rotational, and actually the extension has been to the downside. So this part hasn't happened yet. I'm not making excuses for myself. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to tell myself something. I'm trying to imprint something into my conscious and subconscious here that I can't be so rigid about the suggested trade of the context. And actually, I've talked about it a couple of times in the stream before, that quite frequently, when I've been anticipating a rotational type or a failure trade in the IBs, we suddenly change change context. That tanker turns. So now we've extended up and we've extended down, right? We've gone from an 8-tick IB from 37 to, well, that's no good. Range, let's go 37 to 44. 37 to 64. So 27 handles. And as I said a few minutes ago, I would fully expect that we're going to get up here. It is not anything I'm going to be able to do because the IB statistic and the IB trigger and that IB trade I missed right there. So 940, I had a missed trade. I actually have a missed vetted trade thing for whatchamadincus here for OBS. And it's at 0940, and what are we now? Well, that would have been 10 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes. So that's 70 minutes. Ooh, minus 70. Okay. Okay, so I hope that that's been clear, or that adds some clarity and conviction about the transparency and the accountability. And am I pissed? Yes. Am I disappointed? Yes. Which brings me to the next thing, that is monkey mind. Your monkey mind, we refer to it laughingly. It's all of that innate stuff that's developed through evolution, or if you're a creationist, however many years you guys think that creation happened. I don't think anybody argues with the fact that over this, let's start with when humans became were on the earth, however you want to get there. There has been a evolution of the way their brains work and they think. In either way, evolution or creation, either way, I think everybody agrees about that part. I'm pretty sure. So that's good. And those things that have evolved in our brains, our monkey mind, you're never going to get rid of that. Those things kept us alive. That's why you are here today, because your ancestors reacted to that response and passed down their genes. The other ones that did not turned into something's lunch or died off. So you're never going to get rid of fear or FOMO or the desire to be right as a motivation or the desire to win as a motivation. Those are all monkey mind things that you're never going to get rid of. What you have to do is recognize those emotions when they're happening and don't act on them. Don't trade on them. That's my way around it. That's the way I approach it. Perhaps I'm too conservative and, suffer from paralysis by analysis. But I think that's, if you view it from a point of view of risk appetite and account preservation, it's probably better to be too conservative than not, I guess. Just thinking out loud here. Remember, I'm talking to myself. This is my journal. And the only way I can understand what I was thinking here in these recordings is my voice over. So, yeah, am I pissed that I didn't take right here? Yeah, no question about it. Didn't get to my target, which is up here at 68. Or 67, I guess. That would be T2. Will it be by the end of the day? I would say definitely yes. Now, we have Beige Book coming out at 1300, and in another, 30 seconds we have Agent Orange and the Random Risk Band taking the stage there in the White House. And maybe it's a complete non-event. That's the thing we don't ever know with these guys. That's the reason it is an unidentified critical risk. You don't know what he's going to say off the top of his head or tweet on whatever that social media deal is. You don't know that. You don't know what one of the cabinet guys is going to say somewhere. But they all, a few of them, very definitely, are real fond of the microphone and cameras. So any opportunity that they see one, they're going to, try to get in front of it, which is fine. No problem at all. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. All I'm saying is that if you're going to be a successful project manager or any kind of a successful person, you need to, and you have a plan. You're going to try to achieve something. We're trying to achieve positive trading results, a statistically significant, consistently profitable trading as a business, like a mini mart or a car dealership or a doctor's office. Consistently and sustainably profitable. Okay? You have to identify any risk and gauge the magnitude of that risk to your goal or your project. And if it's significant, then you develop a risk mitigation plan. These are all things from, if you're a project manager and you've gotten a PMP or anything like that, which I have, this is all stuff you can learn there. If you cannot identify a risk that could be substantial or critical, then that's a real serious deal. And that's what we have with the current administration. Those folks, not anything about them good or bad or political. It's just the fact. You don't know what Trump is going to tweet at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody does. Maybe, probably not even him. You know what I mean? But I mean, he may wake up, with a headache. Who the hell knows? But that's serious. That's why this current outfit and the current environment is more dangerous than normal. You never had, Biden never did that. Obama never did that. Clinton never did it. George W. never did that. Things were much more measured and constrained or restrained. This is like a management by shock kind of a deal. And I think they do. And I think that it's been pretty well, at least obvious to me, that his management or his, whatever you call it, style, I guess, run something up the flagpole and see what happens, like the tariffs. Run that tariff crap up the flagpole, and then the bond market fell out of bed, and oh baby, all of a sudden we're going to postpone the tariffs for 90 days. Had the bond market not overreacted and just fallen out of bed, he would have gone right ahead with it. We would have showed those pesky penguins who's boss. Can you imagine such an unorganized attempt at something so important? They put tariffs against 2 islands populated by nothing but penguins. I mean, that is disappointing and shocking to me. But the fact that we have unrealized, unknown critical risk is not. And it's, here's how you deal with it. So let's see where we go around the horn. Well, here we are. Yesterday. Here's today. Here's that VPOC. We have closed the gap, but we haven't taken this out yet. And I think that we will, and I'll be mad because that will have given me a good dose of FOMO, because looky here, there's my risk, my profit target right there. That's T2. All 5 accounts would be over the profit target, and that would be huge. And I didn't take the trade right here. So that's a real error on my part. Absolutely. And disappointingly, and if I wanted to make an excuse for myself, I'd say, well, I was on tilt because of this drama around the house today, and that's true. But by here, I think I was back on both feet, and, will be interesting to go back and listen to my conversation, my dialogue here, and see if as an observer, get a feeling for what was my temperament here, and was I just a wuss and didn't take this trade from analysis paralysis? Or was I still on tilt, and was it a good idea not to engage? You know what I mean? Those are things that you have to decide when you're away from the market and the dust is cleared. We're building this area back up here to repair this. What the hell is this? Oh, yeah. That's where we blew through this low volume area right here at the IB. Little second distribution flopping around up here. Here's a perhaps more accurate version here. I haven't reset these expected moves Last night I was so preoccupied with this code crap. I've got to get over that. Where are we in the news cycle? Well, there's the Polish guy and the Trump guy and the Canadian guy and the Federal Reserve guy and lots of guys here. Carney's hitting the mic a lot. What is this? Does he think he's just going to rule the world? I mean, really, look at this shit. It's so bizarre to me. Okay. So here we are doing that and doing this, and it doesn't look like there's any big announcements yet. We've got the beige book up. Kashkari speaking at 12:30, and the beige book's up at 1300. I don't know what any of this ad crap means up here or care. All right. And back to the business at hand here. Let's see our naked volume points of control. Well, there's one from yesterday, and here's today, and there's one right here from day before yesterday or Friday, and then the high. So I probably have a few of those to get tagged up here, which I will do right now. Got yesterday 64.75. That better be in there. What? Wait, what? 64.2675. I'm sure that's there. Yeah, right there. And then we have today, which we already know. And then we have tomorrow, which is 64.70 half. That was Friday. 64.70 half NVPOC right there. MCVPOC. And 70 half is right here. So they're just a little scooch between each other there. So this is 2908.25, okay. And then we've got this biggie up here. I'm not showing you what I'm doing on both screens. Sorry about that. 65.17 quarter right here. Okay, and what I'm doing over here is this. I'm adding these in here. And let's get up here to 65.17 quarter and see. Well, there we do. We got one right there already. Okay, cool. So they were all in place. That's good. And now let's get zoomed in to where we can see what we're doing. Where I can be continually pissed at myself for not taking this trade. Try to get about $1, which is $1.50 there. We can't quite get that. There's $1, pretty much. Yep, there's $1. These stradations here, or light colors, are representative of the resting liquidity in the book. By the way, I think I probably forgot to talk about that. Gosh, I'm disappointed. I am disappointed that I didn't take my trade. I promise I won't sing. I don't want all the girls to swoon. Well, okay. Here we are. Stuck in the middle again. Gosh, I'm disappointed about that. And today's Wednesday. Wow. Now, not tomorrow, but Friday is going to be a real interesting day. Friday is, guess what day is it? The first Friday of the month. Boys and girls. Hey, Richard. What's up, dude? Friday is non-farm payroll. And the last non-farm payroll we had, Agent Orange didn't like the results, so he fired the head of the BLM, or Bureau of Labor Management, and put in his new boy, who said in his first speech, well, I think we'll discontinue pushing the number out. So I'm real curious to see what's going to happen this Friday. That number, by the way, has been put out in one form or the other since 1905 in the U.S., and it is probably the most important number for the bond market and foreign traders, investors around the world to look at the judge or measure the economy of this, the state of this economy. So it will be real interesting to see what happens this Friday at 07:30. And I'm going to say right now that I will start the stream early in anticipation of that. Not that I will trade that number, but I want it recorded on the stream. So I'll start my pre-market at 7 instead of 8 Central Standard and have everything out of the way leading up to the number out at 7:30. Then I'll be drinking coffee and wondering why I'm up from 7:30 to 8. And once again, trading those kind of numbers is in any environment, especially this current one, a trader's number one priority or mandate is to preserve your account. And the first step in doing that is risk management. In this random environment that we're in with Agent Orange and the squad, the random risk band, or the critical risk band, I think is a better way to put it. My opinion is to limit your engagement, limit your risk, limit putting on risk as much as you can. Only take A+ setups. And like in my case, I blew this. This is definitely a mistrade. I've already recorded that. I will address it as a mistrade for this IB continuation. But any of these, like the IB failure here that I spoke about, when that was actually the suggested trade based on context, there wasn't enough room to get to any kind of profit target. The object of us as traders and the object of putting on risk is to achieve a profit, not scratch. So that's something I keep in my mind a lot. It's hard for me to believe that we've got 3.5 more years of this crap. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I'm going to go forage for another. Get ready to trade there, Richard. I'm going to go get some water and stuff, and usually that's when something happens. Well, here we are back at the IB again. Why, look at this. Huh. Okay. I have another part of my trading plan, which I haven't talked about for a long time. I have a cooling off period when I walk back into the office. Like now, I just walked back in and see this, and I grab the mouse and I start thinking, then just push the mouse away and step back because I'm out of sync with the market. And my mind has been, running around the house taking care of this drama. So let's see now. What would I imagine is happening? We tested up here and they weren't happy to get any further than that. We've got 173 contracts laying up here at 65. We've tested back to the IB low. Again, up here, down and back up to the IB. Does this qualify as an IB failure trade? We're only at 10:15, so time is not crazy. But as I was talking about earlier, and even worse now, we have many obstacles in the way. There's not enough range for even our risk neutral scale, never mind where are we going for targets. And if you look at the day on the bigger picture, the big hard to say, huh? The joy of trading. Well, I guess that mean reversion is working out pretty swell, huh? I'd say somebody said something. Or maybe not, but my guess. Yeah, if you're vetting or if you're not vetting anything and trading and you've got a vetted setup for the mean reversion, that's been sweet. Look at there. Two good ones, quite a few points. This is so frustrating. I just want that one more trade and I will determine that the vetting process for these two IB trades is concluded, and then I'll be able to look at other setups like the mean reversion. One thing that's important to understand, or to, I guess, one tidbit of information. The market is rotational. A much greater percentage of the trading days in any one year over time than it is directional. So many more rotational days than trend days. Why it's good to have both types of setups. That's why I chose the IB trades first to vet in this exercise, is because it gives one trade, the IB continuation for directional trade, and the IB failure trade for mean reversion. Also, there's the mean reversion setup, which, like I've talked about a few times here. Great today, but it's only mean reversion. So there's no, if you vetted that trade first and that was the only trade in your playbook or your, only bullet in the clip or whatever the hell however you want to phrase it, any kind of a directional day, you better have awareness that your vetted trade is not going to be applicable. I think we've taken every statistic we had on the board, are we not? I think so. This 83.1% comes down here, actually. Huh. Why that won't do that, I have no idea. Oh, man. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Maybe I've got maybe there's some issue with the RAM. I don't know. Or I can't think of anything else. Why this, when it's highlighted and you grab it and you move it, why it will not move. Now it moves for those, but it doesn't move to here. Why? Now it wants to go. Beats the living hell out of me. That is too weird. Too weird. And all I was trying to do was get these to align. Because I'm OCD. Jesus Christ. Crazy boys and girls. Completely crazy. That was quite a project, huh? Maybe I need to go to bed and start over. Well, let's see now. We have the great and powerful fellows back in Washington kicking up dust. We're putting a price on national security. That's a lot of fun. That's pretty cool. Jesus. Richard, I don't know if I said this before here or if you've heard this, but here's an interesting statistic for you and anybody else, actually. The famous NVIDIA H20 chip, which is not completely suitable for large language model training, but it is for whatever they call it, large language model inference. In other words, when you ask it a question, then it spits out the answer. That's the inference part of the two separate functions. And that's the part that they have not had, and why that the H20 chip was restricted, because it also has some, apparently, some serious military application potential. So that's why it had been restricted for export to specifically China. And then Agent Orange came along with his, well, yeah, they're gonna give us 15% of their sales, and we'll let them export those chips to whoever they want. Okay, so all of a sudden, for 15%, which they figure will be about $2 billion in a year, the national security implication of that suddenly went away. Here's the important part of the whole dynamic that I was not aware of even remotely. The American government spends 18.3 something billion dollars a day. That's the budget. 18.3 something billion dollars a day. So we are selling national security for 2.5 hours worth of American government expenditure for one day. Jesus. And he's running around like that's a great deal. Less money than he's spending, to fly deportation flights, which was another crazy thing that came up. And nobody's saying a word about the cost of all of this stuff that we're doing. The deportation flights. What's the cost of having all these ICE guys and all these military people going around in the cities? What do you suppose El Salvador and wherever else they're flying these poor people, what do you suppose they charge the American government a day to keep all those people there? You think they're doing it for free? Nobody says a word about any of that. It's really strange to me how the magnitude that the news quote unquote responsible news people have dropped the ball is just staggering to me. I especially these costs that they make such a big deal bragging about, but here you go. Look at this. God damn it. Not that. Look at this. These are the flight paths daily for deportation flights. Billions of dollars. Out of these hubs to these locations. Nobody says a word. Oh, it's so wonderful. He's saving so much money. It's a great deal. He's saving so much money. It's just spooky. I mean, I will hand it to them. They have an amazing control over the narrative. That's for sure. But it's pretty weird. That's also for sure. I think back in the days of, Walter Cronkite and any of the other 60 Minutes when it was Barbara Walters and, Maury Sather and those guys. I mean, this kind of crap would have never they would have never been able to fly with this crap, and all of these things would have been brought to the surface. I mean, okay, so you saved $1 billion here, with Doge, and you're spending $10 billion a day or a week flying people that you've rounded up in the middle of the night to somewhere they don't know where they're going. I mean, how the hell is that even possible in America? I don't get it. I really don't get it. But it seems to be a culture here that, well, if it ain't happening to me, I don't care. The ostrich theory, I guess. I don't know. Pretty weird. I keep wondering when's the shoe's going to drop and somebody, CNN or somebody is going to say, but look at all the costs. How much money are you saving really? And of course, the first thing that they did, the new administration, was raise the debt $3 or $4 trillion. So they didn't save anything, or they haven't cut anything or any of that stuff. It's just like making a big deal about the $2 billion a year they're going to get from NVIDIA selling military-grade chips to China is really only 2.5 hours worth of one day's expenditure of the United States government. Jesus Christ. Really amazing. I don't know what to think about it. And more importantly, I don't know how to think about life and planning. And, I'm just trying to keep my head down and get this to the next level and get something going here. That's all I know to do. All I know how to do at this point. And if that's, if I'm wrong or anybody knows that those things are wrong or I've got the wrong spin or I'm getting the wrong facts, I'd love to know that. But so we are in a pretty damn definitely rotational day. Could say that I missed this vetted trade for the continuation. And maybe you could make a point about missing the trade for the VPOC or the failure trade, except for all the reasons that I spoke about, that there's not enough range on the failure side, not enough meat on the bone. Speaking of meat on the bone, I'm hungry. Take a spin through the house and see how the patients are doing. Okay. Boom, right back where we started. Here's the open. Yeah. Remember my comment about a retail soup. Well, there you go. Boom, bam, crash. Not that I'm sure a lot of people haven't made money, and I certainly hope that you're one of them. But it doesn't fit in my vetting plan. The IB continuation here is a mistrade. I've already marked that in the notes here, and it was at about 0940 market time, which would be 1 hour and 10 minutes in, that we had this nice continuation set up, but we didn't make target. We were scaled, and now we're stopped. We would have been stopped. Scale was up here at 64. The profit target scale was at 67. So under the circumstances where I'm vetting these trades, I put the trade on with the 2-lot package as is right there, and I don't touch them. Because if you do touch any of the targets or the stops, then you've broken the system, and you cannot include that particular trade in the data set used to vet the trades. Because how can you possibly say, okay, out of 1,000 trades, I achieved T1 55% of the time, I achieved T2 35% of the time, and I got stopped out 20% of the time, and the balance would be scratch. How can you possibly do that if you change the locations? Instead of 12 ticks, now, instead of 48 ticks, you bring it down to 20 ticks or 36. And then it's no longer part of that, no longer statistically significant and part of that data set. So that's why I'm so anxious, but not succumbing to FOMO, I hope, to get this next trade in the bag and not have it be a scratch, and then be able to actually start managing the trades where let's do a hypothetical here. Let's say that I was not doing the vet story and I took the IB continuation here. This is not rearview mirror trading. This is just hypothetical example of how I might manage a trade under normal circumstances. So there we have it at 54. Let's call it 55. It's easy numbers. 58. Right here. There's our scale. Now we're risk neutral scale. Trade up, trade back down. What is this? This is a swing low, isn't it? Trade back up. One trade management possibility or an idea would be after you've achieved your scale, you've traded up, you've retested, and you've taken off, you bring your stop up to, in this case, it just coincidentally is your first scale under the swing low. Now we got it again. Now we got it again. Now we come back. So if you didn't manage any further or any tighter than that, which conceivably you could be coming up below this swing low and this swing low, and then you're out here. If you did not, you brought it up to this bigger swing low, or then you're out here. And what you've done then is only locked in out of a total of 60 ticks, you've locked in 24. So there's that. And now what have you done? Well, we're back down to the bottom here again, eh? Beige book, it's 1300, so that's not an issue yet. Doesn't look like there's any fireworks at the White House yet. And let's hope there are none. But we're sure not having a... They're pretty happy to be trading right here, aren't they? Look at this pile of levels in the way. Mid, VWAP, RTH, VWAP, Globex, POC, Open, previous close, previous RTH high. Wow. All within 1, 2, 1.5, all within about a point or less than 2 points from each other. I was thinking last night about how this is, this stream and the day here is boring as hell to me. But that's trading, right? That's the magic of trading. But what I was thinking about was to try to spice it up a little bit, and at least until this vetting story's over with. And I can actually focus on, for example, mean reversion trades. Right? In addition to the IB trade. And I have to do two things. I have to think about the next setup I'm going to vet, and then I also have to think about not going crazy. What I was thinking about doing was, in the meantime, while market is doing all this crap and basically presenting no opportunities for me, except for perhaps this one, trade same exact stuff that I would normally trade, rules and procedures I would normally trade with the minis or the micros. And like 4 lots, over here, which is the same. I haven't kept up my micro composite over here for a long time. I will be the first to say. But why is that like that? Okay. But I certainly can update it in a heartbeat. All the levels are pushed, price levels are pushed as normal. This is pretty cute how it does all the different levels down here, isn't it? I like it the way it does that. And I see that I've got the price levels a lot. Oh, they scale in and out. Okay. Follow the same procedures that I do over on my other side. With my vertical line and all that kind of thing. And just take some trades on the micros where it is extremely limited risk. The micro, in case you don't know, micros are 1/10 of a mini. So instead of $12.50 per tick per contract, it's $1.25. So 4 of them, instead of $50, is $5. you don't get anywhere, but at least you get, you can do some trading. And the same methodology and the same, you know, brackets, all of that works in anything. Now, here's another thing that's important that I don't ever think about mentioning often. The minute you change instruments with Bookmap, back to the mini now, notice that the trade control panel has been deactivated. Now, instead of both, there's nothing. If I go both again, the the multi-bracket is set just like it was before. But the minute you change instruments, the trade control panel, I'm sure for safety reasons, goes back to, to off. So if you're over here, and then all of a sudden an end, let's do that. Let's just do something here quickly. Go both. Okay. And we'll go this way. Now we could trade in the micros if we wanted to. Let's look at the minis. Oh, padlock is not green anymore. Padlock is locked. TCP trade control panel is off in the minis. And guess what else? It's off in the micros. So that's something that's important to remember. And again, you can do all the same methodology, you know, set it up, do everything the same. And for the purposes of the stream on the other side of the coin on IRT, I also have the exact same configuration for the micros as I do the minis. Oop. Micro, yes, micro NQ, the micro composite, and then this is not the ES is not micro. This is the mini, just simply because I very seldom. I mean, essentially the market profile is pretty much the same, and I don't refer to it much. I don't trade off of it. I just use it as a kind of a yardstick or confirmation. And then, of course, we have the micros here for volume and prices and all those kind of things. So that's what I'm going to be probably doing going forward until this vetting story is over with, and then I'll be focused on trading the minis and taking payouts, which is the point of this frickin' exercise. And where are we? Oh, there's the open. Here we go back to the open. So that's, I'm going to give that some more thought. And if, you know, if you see any holes in that logic to do that, let me know. But, you know, standing here all day talking and doing nothing is pretty painful for me as well as it is for anybody else. Interestingly enough, and of course you see that the trade is relatively the same. I mean, the movement of the two instruments is pretty, they are not identical. That's important to know, that the levels in particular are not identical between the two. I haven't been plotting, you know, this is lower out of range. I haven't updated the statistics or any of that stuff on the micros here. I just loaded this up and was thinking about this last night. I would do the same exact workflow, put in my migrating VPOCs and all my levels in the pre-market and all that kind of thing. I have to up my game on the pre-market to make sure that I'm able to get all that done in my pre-market work. It's like watching frickin' paint dry. Let's see what somebody else is, if they're having any fun anywhere else.
pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco era el lugar. Estava a viver, caminhando na vida, sempre chorando por uma nova ferida. Mas como até que de um mato nasce uma flor, muitas vezes é da dor que vem o amor. Eu que pensava que era um engano, olho seus olhos de luz e vejo um anjo. Esqueci dos tropeços, esqueci das caídas em noites perdidas.
think I was talking with the mute on the whole time, but let me check about that. It was worthwhile. What I was talking about was this trade today that Rod posted. This is one of his trades today. I don't know how many. There's the entry. Mean reversion, basically. There's his stop, mechanically at 3 points. Entry was positioned in such a way that I'm sure he thought of this in advance, that his stop would be below the low of the day here and the IB low. There's his target, which he moves up to he doesn't do risk neutral anymore. He puts all four of them together now because he picks what he after 4 years of risk neutral trading, he is confident that he can identify a A+ trade. And there is his profit target. That's $3,800 on a 4 lot. That's basically 20 handles. There's his entry at 40, 50, 60, so it's 19 points. Or, oh wow, my eyes. $1,800 on a, wow, I got something in my litter or something. Ooh, ouch. On a 2 lot. There you go. That's how to do it. No muss, no fuss. And it's worth pointing out here, that was within 1 tick of stopping out. Do you see the stop moving anywhere? Absolutely not. If the stop had gotten hit, my suspicion would be a new trade would be put on shortly thereafter, the minute this started. Right? Gotta go wash my eyes here, so I'll be right back. Okay, I was gone. Did everybody get rich? Wow, look at this. Look at this crap. Oof, painful. The fact that I'm going to be moving to the doing some intraday trades, not within the vetting process in the micros, doesn't mean that my, philosophy and trade management and, over trading philosophy is going to change. I'm not just going to, oh yeah, let's just go and start clicking like I'm killing snakes. I'm going to apply the same ideas, but for example, had I been in the micro, I would have been looking for the mean reversion. Mainly because it's, a limited risk. And like I was mentioning, I'm of two minds of that. I mean, trading is boring. To trade properly, it's not an adrenaline sport. Now, if you're trading where it's a couple of trades a day and you've got a arsenal or a, optional trades in your playbook, you're not boring at all. But one or two, maybe 3 trades a day is more than enough out of the whole day. So a lot of the time you're just stalking. Like hunting, I guess. Bow hunting, probably more to the point.
Noches llenas de amor, corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión, amor. sol, besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi
Doesn't look right. What I was talking about was the workflow of changing my, once a level's been revisited, I changed the text to black. Oh, wait a minute here. What the hell is that?
Jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas.
Yeah, 2908. That's the gap high. And this was the gap low. But we definitely traded over that yesterday. So I'm going to mark them blackaroony here. Didn't look right to me for a minute. And what I'm looking at is here. There was the gap low Friday, or the close. And there's the high. The range low and high. There we go. I'll look at that later. It's in material now. The level that I'm kind of interested in is this micro composite VPOC and the naked volume point of control up here. Here and here, and the naked volume points of control, boop, right there. Be reminded of the levels we've got downstairs here. Value area low or high. Settlement, previous IB high, and the naked volume point of control. Not saying we're going to go there, but hey. Or if you want to look at it over here. I got to move this expected moves. The weekly won't change, but the daily will change. And I was so preoccupied with this ridiculous code story that I losing all track of what's important and what to do in my process.
flor querida, la noche ha llegado acá y en tu vida puedes dejar la soledad, siempre contigo ella está. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Llegó la estrella, llegó para ayudarte a dormir y sabes que con ella nunca tiene que sufrir y con amor puedes vivir. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está.
Well, well, well. What do we have here now? I guess you could make a case for mean reversion down here and tie that together with an IB failure. Pretty late in the trading day for me. I kind of think that some of these, like IB trades, you know, do they, I don't really understand. I don't know how I think about it. I don't know how I feel about it. Do they last all day? You know, is this considered an IB failure when you've had several, one there and up here in different places, or not? I don't know. I'm not saying I know, I'm saying I'm asking. Look, in my opinion, or my way of looking at things, what did we do? Well, we traded up here. Maybe easier to visualize here. Mean reversion, mean reversion, mean reversion, mean reversion. Then we traded up here. We expanded and explored up here, considerably over the IB and the previous ETH high. And we didn't really get anywhere up here anymore, so there weren't any more buyers. And now we've come back down to this side, and we're gonna, I would expect we're going to explore lower down towards this previous IB settlement and the value area high from yesterday, and the previous VPOC from yesterday. I don't know whether that's the case, and I don't know if I would think that this was going to be an IB continuation trade off the bottom down here, to be honest about it. It doesn't look like it's got a lot of steam. It's almost, we got 10 minutes or 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Well, no sooner than I say that, of course, that it probably will drop down to my target, or the risk neutral scale anyway. I don't know. What do I think about that? So far it's been mean reversion, hasn't it? I'd say the context of the day is mean reversion, and therefore the prudent thing to do would not to be try to trade directional. And so I won't. So, I guess the mean reversion is going to be the winning idea, huh? I should have taken that. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's a hard decision. I haven't figured out how do you tell when the context changes? And it frequently does within a day. And I'll be the first to say I don't know that. But this would have been an IB failure trade. Here. Not really very good signal because it, I guess you could say it did this. And now you would be pretty pleased with yourself because you're scaled. But where's your target going to be? 38. Target's going to be up here at 50. You got to get all the way through this mess to get up to the T2. 12 to 1. Time to step away for a break. Something to eat. A little showered up here. Check on the sick kitties. See what's up. Be back shortly. Ripping right along there. Excuse me. Before I go foraging, let's take a quick loop around the park. News-wise, what do we got? Well, we've got the beige book at at 1300. Kashkari will be speaking it pretty quick if he isn't already. I thought he was speaking at 12. It was 12:30. Yeah, 12:30. Okay. Salesforce earnings call at 1600 after the thing. So what? That doesn't really have much impact on me, I don't think, or my trading. Ooh, look at us go. We would be getting to our second profit target here. That would be 50. If we got long right here, that's 38. There's 10 points, and there's the extra 2. That would be our second profit target. So there's 2 missed opportunities, I guess, in the day. No, I'm not even showing the right screen. Here's where I was talking about long for an IB failure scale. We need to be right here. We need to be 50 for the profit targets. Let's see if we get it, just out of curiosity, so I can feel extra crappy. I can feel extra FOMO or revengey, or whatever you call it, whatever it is when you didn't take a trade and it gets to your target, whatever you call that. Haven't gotten there yet. News looks pretty benign so far. And here we are. Here we are, and here we are. Pretty much trading up this big hole from yesterday and these singles over here. And we didn't get to the... Now, that's enough to piss off the Pope right there. If we were in my trade... one tick from the... Is that right? Yeah, one tick from the second profit target right here. That's enough to piss off the Pope there. By golly. I'm not in it. I'm not rearview mirroring it. I had talked about this extensively before I stepped away. Or that this continuation was a bad idea because we were in a rotational day. And so the failure was probably the trade right here. And I was here as, potentially where we would have scaled. And then just wondering, because my comment was, but where are we going? Here's where our take profit is at 50. So does that have a high probability of being achieved with all these levels in the way? Well, it was almost achieved within a point. Now what's going on? And again, if you weren't vetting your trade, well, what would you do? What would I have done? You can bet I'd have my stop right under here. And who else would have their stop under there? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's trading would do the same thing. This is a little puzzling to me because that's the POC and that's the full session POC. Why this hasn't shifted down here yet as it's supposed to have, I got no clue. It has not shifted with IRT, which leads me to believe, let's watch me get pissed at my when it doesn't take when it gives me that profit target that I didn't take, that would put me over the moon on 5 accounts and, make my whole world rosy. Classic case of not eating my own dog food. And we haven't gotten there yet, but there we go. There, we did it right there. So there would have been the profit target and another missed trade at 11:54. So about 2 hours and 15 minutes in. Yeah, well, that's irritating. And now let's get back to why the POC hasn't migrated on. Oh. Now we're back up here again. So IRT didn't pick this up, but here we are where we started. My question here is, let's do the data. That's really frustrating. I don't know what's wrong with me. I guess I'm just, fear is a bitch. I'll tell you that much right now. I have a lot of issues that I know I'm not supposed to have. Here are all these little hoopty-doos here that weren't there before, and now we're back again. If you remember, this was just a straight line across here. So there's that. There is that. Not that it really much matters, but I'm always curious what's going on with the data. And now it's back the other way again. Now it redoes the data and all that up and down and back and forth is gone. Huh. Okay, let's try this. Let's scrub the data and see what happens. And watch up here and see if there's any errors. Apparently not. Alright, well, the hell with it. I don't understand that exactly.
Quiero que sepas que de ti nadie se ha olvidado. Dejaste mil semillas
Disappointing right here, though, I'll tell you that right now.
en tantos
And I'll be back directly.
Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga.
Boy, that would have been this is a prime example where you may well have not been filled on slippage here. Just one or two pokes up higher there. But anyway, back to taking care of the sick cat. I'll be back in a flash. What tomfoolery have we gotten up to now? Ooh. It's going to close out with a pretty boring looking consolidation across here, but this doesn't seem right. Well, it looks like a pretty interesting distribution here. Here's a ding 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 ding. Okay, so or well, 3 holes in the ground, right? Didn't quite get down there, but damn close, huh? Damn close. Here was my first missed vetted trade at the, or my second, I'm sorry. Vetted trade setup here, which of course got to scale and got clear down here, but not to target. All the way back up. Not to stop. And then finally down to here. However, oh yes, it would have just been, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. This would have been target. Because we're assuming we got in at 38. That means we need 28 for 10. Oh no, not target yet. 28 for 10 and 2 more, huh? 26. Still has not gotten to the target. Well, or has it? I guess this would have been awful close. This is not rearview mirror trading. This is analysis of what the market did and how that trade would have played out while I was away, which is so easy to say, you know, hindsight, rearview mirror trading, boy, everybody's good. If I could get paid 10 cents on a dollar for rearview mirror trading, I'd be retired instead of just tired. Well, if you were a mean reversion person and you were good at it, you have some epic trade today, I'll tell you. Look at that. All the way across and all the way back down. Wow. That's essentially what Rod did on his first move, was here up, there. All right, so we're in the power hour, and this has been a lackluster day for me, that's for sure. It seems like a lot of those lately, disappointingly. But, yeah. Excuse me. 1420, the world famous power hour. No unexpected critical risks on the horizon that I'm aware of. Do the recap here at the bottom of the hour, ahead of the market on close and balance orders. And another day into the books. Disappointing, pretty darn disappointing. I still haven't quite figured out how you would trade Renkos only if that's all you were looking at accurately. I used to do that, but a lot more gunslinging involved. So here we are. Watch this one. And it might well be that a smaller box size is a better idea. But if you see how this from, let's see where we are here. 1245 until now, the Renko looks like this. Looks like a pullback and then potentially down, or are they going to mean revert back again? Here's 1245. Here's exactly the same thing. There's our low, high, which doesn't make any sense. 1251, and then nothing. Remember that Renkos are not time-based, right? So there's 1245. Now this highest one should be 1251. And it's not. There it is. But that's not accurate because this says the time of the candle. Oh, well, yeah, it might have been. No, not right. The high here is 64.38, and the high here is, wow, okay, calling it a liar, 64.38 flash and 64.38.75, but the candle is at 56, okay? The highest from 1245, the highest price we've traded so far from this moment is right here. And that is at 1251. So something is wrong. God, that's irritating. Very clearly, the high of this period of time from 1245 until current is what? 38.75 exactly. And it occurred at 1251.38. The high of this period from here to here is right here, and that's at 12. If you look over here, the high is 64.38.75, and that is absolutely correct. But that candle started plotting at 1256.05, 1251.36, 1256. So this high right here actually was put in on this candle, not this one, I guess. Or maybe, hold on. This could be the deal that this time of 1251.36 is the close of the candle. I don't think so, but meaning then that this would be put in if it closed at 36 and we put this in high and immediately. I don't know. It's goddamn irritating. The way to get around it, of course, would be to put a 1 minute chart here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought. And there we have a 1 minute chart. And here we have, there's the high. Okay, come on, where'd you go? All right, here's the high, there's the low, and there's the high. And that high is 38.75, and that's correct, and that's at 12.52. And this one is at 12.51. And this one is at 12.53. No, 54. Oh, look at that, 53, there you go. So 12.51, 12.52, I'm sorry, we put in that high. According to the book map, we put in the high at 12.51.38. And according to the Renko chart, we put in the high and 56.35. So, but if this Renko bar took from 51 to 56 to form, that would be correct. But this one is still fluffing around, right? This one's not over. So you see this candle right here started plotting at 1431. Huh. All right, let's do the world famous recap. The daily recap so far, besides I wussed out twice. The Jolts was bad. Economic orders was not good. Unchanged, actually. Here we have this that didn't amount to a hill of beans. And let's look at what's coming up tomorrow. Wow, look at there. Thursday's a big number day, huh? We've got initial jobless claims, ISM PMI, crude inventory, labor costs, trade imbalance. That ought to be a biggie, I would think. This was the percentage, this number was the percentages that they used when they said that these were tariffs. They were just using the trade imbalance as and then making a percentage out of it on that cardboard sign that Trump held up in the Rose Garden when we were putting those tariffs on those pesky penguins. Oh, Jesus. This week, Friday's the big one. Friday's non-farm payroll. Right there. That's going to be huge if we see how that turns out. I think all eyes will be on that number. Absolutely. We don't have any real earnings this week. We got Salesforce out this afternoon. Thursday we've got Broadcom and Lululemon, whatever the hell that is, and Synopsys. This is investing.com, and it is free, by the way. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. This is the Financial Juice, which is the other news thing I use. And it is got the same idea over on this side. The left is the schedule or the docket, kind of. You see it's pretty much the same across here, depending on how you set the filters up, Eurozone or not, whatever. And then this is more of a squawk box, kind of a running commentary as to what's going on. So that's why I use both of them. This is where we'll see the market on close and balance orders here at 1450. Okay. That's something we didn't look at yet today is this beauty here. So we're at about 115%. Now, remember that the volume started picking up yesterday and the day before in this week. So these percentages, you have to remember that they're average based on the look back period. Delta, and here is our ATR. We were way up here. Come on now. Boy, it hates doing that. We were up here at about 9%. 9 handles. This is the average true range per bar, per minute. Then we go to the micros, which are pretty much exactly the same. Same layout anyway, not the same numbers, but same layout. And the minis. We've got about 1.15 million traded so far since 1700 last night. We're plus 0.19% change. We're minus quite a bit of the time. Yeah, okay. Here's our micro composite. Well, we still haven't gotten up to this micro composite VPOC. I'll start a new volume profile here tomorrow for these two. The idea is that whenever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And when it doesn't anymore, I start a new one. That's how I do it. These are daily candles, and this is a RTH session only chart. And, you know, there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, as the old saying goes, but what works for you, and in my opinion, consistency is what's important. So that's why I do it this way, and that's the way I do it. Market profile, we pretty much filled in, repaired this big gap down in the market. Traded, you know, over these singles, a little bit up here to close the gap. Okay, and here's our ES and our NQ, and we're just kind of lockstep. Very, almost perfectly correlated. I used to have a correlated chart on here, correlated market on here, and a lot of things. I don't know what's gone south, whether it's so much more data. Maybe my GPU's taking a dump. I have no clue. But anyway, let's get on to the task at hand. Micro composite. I'll update the POC tonight. We haven't traded this one out yet. We got pretty close to it. Now, this is yesterday's POC at the close. That's pretty goddamn close, isn't it? Pretty damn close. Sorry about that. If you want to believe that, it's the same. It is taken out, but the way I can tell for sure is let's get back, zoom back over here. Okay, here's where we're looking for, right? Yep, you see that? It was taken out right there by that little tail down. So it has been traded through, and now our POC's up here, and we've got two naked ones above us. So isn't that cute how that worked? So we can officially follow our workflow and change this text to black. It's been revisited, albeit by a tick, but hey, close counts and horseshoes, hand grenades, and I guess trading, huh? Yeah, so our high and low volume nodes, full session volume profile, which starts every evening at 1700 and plots through 1600 the next day or today. RTH session, which I struggle with resetting every day. It's supposed to be automatic, worked great for years, and now it's on its ass. And this is my notes column. I've gone through that in the pre-market where how to determine the open type, how I enter the statistics associated with the various price levels, and the migrating volume profile POCs. Geez, come on. I'm sure I can talk if I give myself enough chance. And there we go. $71.4. Did I accidentally not put the IB high? I thought this was the value area low. Let's check what that was. 71.4 down on the bottom. Yeah, value area high, but that's not correct. That's not a correct number. I don't know what the hell I was doing there. I clear these notes every morning in the pre-market, and then we start fresh, and I explain exactly how I do the workflow. So stop by every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll start the explanation, and then we'll look at the numbers, the pre-market, what kind of trade we had overnight, what I expect for the day, and then associate the statistics and flesh this all out and ready for the open. That's pretty weird. Okay, so RIB low, RIB high, fairly narrow, 54 to 37, about 13 or 17 handles, I think, less than 20. And a couple of beautiful VPOC or mean reversion trades. But I had two essential missed opportunities for my one each of the two IB trades that I'm vetting, and then the first one was right here, and this was the IB failure back to the mean, and it just got to the profit target by this little poke right up here. However many contracts that was, that could well be slippage, and you might not have been filled. And down here was the IB continuation, which was down, up, test, and boom, down we go. Not rear view mirror. I've already put those in the timestamps for the chapter markers as missed vetted trades at the time when I discussed them. So they'll be in the timestamps if you review the stream. And now we're going to come right back to, and where did we open? Ooh, right here. So often we do this, and it is an indication to me, or it's confirmation to me, that 90% of what we do every day is 90% of what we do every day is 100% speculation. That's probably an oxymoron, but anyway. In other words, if you look at the trading day here, and here's my workflow for that, remember that the blue line here I just put on at the start of each session, and that's just a visual clue for me to glance left and make sure that I've got the whole session on the chart. So here's the entire day so far, and there's the open. We will very likely, within a few points, have traded the entire day. Think of the money lost and the money gained, and ended up exactly where we started. 100% speculation. Absolutely no change of thought or conviction about the value of the S&P's 500. It's pure speculation, trading speculation. That's it. I'm not saying anything wrong with that, but You hear a lot of people going, "Wow, this trading is based. They're looking for fair value for the S&P and all this kind of stuff." I really wonder about that, and I actually don't think that's the case. And I use myself as an example, and you can do the same for yourself. How often, when you put on a trade, are you concerned with the value of the S&P or where it's going to be tomorrow? Or are you concerned about the value of the S&P and then it will go the direction that which will yield a profit to your trade? I think most cases, and if you're also honest with yourself, write down right now, what was the S&P, what was the ES high the 3rd of August, without looking. I don't know. I'm not concerned with the value of the S&P. I'm concerned with the overall market, like over here. Like, I think it's astronomically up here on fumes, that we have no more business putting in new all-time highs than fly to the moon, because the economy is not good and it's getting worse. Friday's going to be a real big tell, but okay, let's just out it. Now that I said that, let's look. Well, there you are. There's August 4th, because the 3rd was a holiday, was a Sunday, so here's the 4th. And the high was 63.70, right after the giant problem with the non-farm payroll. These were the non-farm payroll numbers collected and distributed by the Bureau of Labor Management, or Bureau of Labor Statistics, I guess it's called. Trump freaked out, fired the director, put in his own person, for lack of other adjective, whose name I have no clue. But I do know whose first public statement on CNN, or on Fox News, of course, well, we're probably just going to cease publishing the report. So I'm dying to see what's going to happen Friday. Is this Einstein going to publish the report? Is it going to be some massaged piece of crap that everybody knows isn't true? If they start to mess with the key numbers that the high-level financial participants use to judge the American economy, and the world uses to judge the American economy, they have just jumped off a cliff without a parachute, man, because that is going to be huge. If they ruin the credibility of the American way of law and the American financial institutions, that's really, really, really dire. They've already ruined the credibility in terms of, political and I can't think of the right word. Diplomatic relationships. Change one way, change the other way. 35 days ago, we were putting 35% tariffs on China or any country that would buy Venezuelan oil, over and above the already imposed tariffs. 2 weeks ago, we issued a license to Conoco, or to Chevron, to pump and buy Venezuelan oil. And today, we have a fleet of 9 marine littoral, one fast attack nuclear submarine, and 9 other ships right off the coast of Venezuela, and we just blew up some poor small, outboard motor powered boat. And the excuse is we're there to fight the smuggling of drugs, which is, of course, the go-to excuse for all of this military stuff that's going on. Are we there to really tip over? We've got Tomahawk missiles and cruise missiles and a fast attack nuclear sub, all of which have missiles and cruise missiles on board. All of these 9, are we there to stop cartels from running coke? Or are we there to tip over the government? But most importantly, we're there to, and you have to understand something about the oil business. And we're going to have the market on close orders here right now. The imbalance has just happened, and I don't see a big reaction here at the moment. Nope. I don't see a big reaction here at the moment. And I'll show you those numbers in a second. Yesterday, they were huge. 3,300 and something million. Sell side on the yes. It's sell or buy side? Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Buy side. Here was yesterday. 3 billion. God damn, I wish I'd quit that. 3,322,000,000 buy side S&Ps. 1,300,000,000, 1,100,000,000, 888 million. That was yesterday. And we'll see what we get here today. My point is knowing something about the oil business, because was in it for. There we go. Here's the market on close imbalances. 2,666,000,000 buy side S&P, 1,472,000,000 Nasdaq, 800 million Dow, 800 million Mag 7. Big stuff. Okay, back to the oil business. America started out pumping the same kind of crude that comes from Venezuela, and that is heavy sour crude oil. We built all of our refineries to process the oil that we were finding and drilling and pumping. Heavy sour crude oil. America doesn't have that supplies anymore. The oil that we're getting, all the oil that we're getting from fracking, oil sands of Canada, all that stuff is light sweet crude. We cannot refine the oil that we produce. That's why we export our oil to countries in Europe that can refine it, and we have to export sour crude from other countries. Guess what? The largest known proven oil reserve in the world is Venezuela. And that is sour, heavy crude. What an opportune moment for someone who shall remain orange to tip over a government and, under the guise of liberation and all this kind of stuff, and just miraculously suddenly have access to the largest proven reserves of sour, heavy crude that America can refine 1,600 miles offshore, 1,600 miles from our coasts. I'm not saying that tipping over Maduro is a useless piece of crap. Lost the election, absolutely. The last go around, guess all of a sudden that's a big thing to these people here. And, January 6th, a few years ago, they were trying to do the exact same thing that Maduro did, which is tip over an election that they had lost. But in the case of Venezuela, getting rid of that useless thug and freeing giving the Venezuelan people a chance and letting them profit from and prosper from their oil is a good thing, in my opinion. But don't lie about it. And, also, is America going to now start being the Russia of the Western Hemisphere and, just going in and bombing and tipping over governments like Russia's doing to Ukraine? And then how exactly do we justify, well, Russia, you shouldn't do that. Russia, you shouldn't be doing that, and we need to have a peace. Oh, well, but we're going to do the same thing to Venezuela. Granted, I think that the motives that we would be going down there for might be, I don't think that the difference is that the people of Venezuela, the vast majority of Venezuelans hate Maduro and his thugs and would welcome the tip over, right? Or the coup, or whatever you want to call it, the overthrow. Not the case in Venezuela. Not the case in Ukraine, of course. They hate the Russian thug, and they, all supported their president and want to be an autonomous country. I'm sure there's a few of them along the border that are different, of course. But, so there's a big difference there. But I still think that's, talk about splitting hairs, man. I think that's a pretty fine line to walk. And here we are. We've come right back to the open. My goodness, what a surprise. And again to the IB high. There's another IB. I would never take a trade at this time of night. With, are you going to take the IB failure up here? I don't think so. It might be the perfect trade too. You never know. But I don't think it's any more than I think this IB continuation was the way to go. But if you look at it, it was just perfect. Trade up through it. The IB failure, I'm sorry. Trade up to it, come back down, test below, nothing there, and up you go. I'm not going to put that as a mistrade because after I get very less interested in putting on a trade in RTH2. My focus is RTH1. I think that's where the most opportunity lies. And I'm certainly not all fired up about the last 15 minutes of the, or in this case, about 25 minutes of the session. I don't think that's a prudent application of, or a prudent place to put my account at risk, which is the ultimate job of a trader, is to maximize your account, protect your account, and minimize the risk. I believe. Okay, so here we go. We're going to be 1500 in another couple of 3 minutes here. I will end the stream as usual at 1500 and fire it up again at 0800 in the morning tomorrow. I will probably roll it an hour ahead on Friday and every non-farm payroll day from now on, because I want to be up and watch non-farm payroll and I want it recorded on the stream. So if you're interested in Friday's non-farm payroll reports, as am I, the stream will begin at 0700 Central Standard Time, rather than as it does every other day of the weekday market day at 0800 with pre-market and explanation, pre-market setup, review of the numbers, reports for the day, what the overnight trade was like, what kind of a day I expect us to have. Today was pretty much, actually I was wrong. I had expected, because of this big, here's yesterday's RTH session into the close. I had expected responsive selling to get us back some more profit than the overnight low. And here was the overnight low. We didn't even get near it. But I had kind of expected we would take some profit on here, but they just had a little pullback and then shot up, and then of course we're doing the dipsy doodle right here, up here at the yesterday's high. And that should be right here. Oh, that's developing value very high. Okay, sorry about that. Or maybe there it is. Previous RTH high. And the open just above us. One penny. Here's the liquidity jamming into the book on the cash close. 30 seconds. Well, call me a liar for now it's 30 seconds. Now, real interesting, a lot of stuff, a lot of moving parts politically and financially in the world, not to mention the fact that Modi and Xi and Putin and whoever the Iranian guy is and some others are all having a big powwow over in probably Lula, I suppose, having a big powwow in Beijing about how they're going to take over the world. And with the way that this administration has insulted people with this tariff thing, hurt the American public absolutely with the tariff story, because it is nothing more than a tax, and a huge tax on the American people, not being paid by anybody, any foreign country. That is, if you think that, you're just stupid. Go read about it. Go learn something. It's a tax being paid by Americans. 154 Walmart stores are closing in 9 or 11 states. Closing. The biggest in Minnesota, for example. Prices are too high. People can't afford them. The business is off. They close the store, fired everybody. Many people relied on those stores for their only source of groceries and food within reasonable traveling distance, less than 50 miles. All because of tariffs. And we've alienated our trading partners. India. Other countries that are now falling in line with what, and of course China's over the moon about it. And this guy is marching around telling himself that what a star he is. It's really alarming to me. So we'll see what happens on Friday. That'll be, if they don't put out the non-farm report, or if it's some ridiculous number that everybody knows very well is crap, that's going to be a real big deal. A real big deal. Yeah, there we go. I was wrong about that. We did get down here. I was thinking we had. I was kind of surprised. I forgot I had scrolled over here like that. Come on. So we did take a little profit, but not until very late in the day. Then we only got down to just above the overnight high, didn't quite tick it, and up we went. And now we're going to be closing pretty much on the highs, which generally is considered that in the overnight on the open, they might have a pullback and then continue. You know, and here's the, may happen, who knows. Sometimes I get frustrated that I can't watch the overnight, and then I think I don't want to start another stream and do that, and it's frustrating. And there's our cash close. So you have a great week, evening. Do something for your health. Get away from the screens. Remember that your mental state and your health, rested, exercise, strong, sharp, clear, those are all things that add up. They're as if not more important than your data and your screen and your charting stuff when it comes to trading. So have a great night. 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning, be there, be square. And poke the thumbs up on your way out the door. It'd be nice if you drop something in the chat, but that'd be great. I'd appreciate it. And subscribe, that'd be super too. Send money, whatever. See you later.